White Sox baseball on CSN is presented by State Farm. Game number 4 of this homestand to open the 2017 season as the Sox try to take one from the Minnesota Twins. Thanks for joining us once again. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone along with you. Sox had the early lead last night, but the Twins, led by Miguel Sano, ended up with a victory, and boy, is he dangerous this year.
And something you can't say very often, these Twins are red hot. Miguel Sano, red hot right with him. He had a great at-bat last night against Derek Holland. Let's take a look at the battle, and it was a good one. 5 foul balls, 9 pitches total, and finally, Sano wins the battle. He drives this ball into right center field. It's a 2-base hit, and he's had a hand in each and every one of the 4 Twin wins. Game 1, tying RBI. Game 2 and Game 3, scoring the go-ahead run, and Game 4, the go-ahead run batted in. So Sano, who's a big threat, is back at third base, his familiar position, and he's a good one.
Well, the pitching matchup today might have to deal with some wind blowing out here at the ballpark. It's Adalberto Mejia for the Twins and Miguel Gonzalez, who was a revelation for the Sox last year.
Well, you have a young left-hander against a veteran right-hander, and last year Gonzalez was just terrific for the Sox. Mejia, on the other hand, acquired from San Francisco. You see what he did in the spring. That's why he's a starting pitcher. 1-0, an ERA of 1.88. The rest of the numbers very good. Career against the Twins for Gonzo, 1-2. The ERA, okay. He's seen him a lot, mostly in a Baltimore uniform, but hopefully today, with the wind blowing out to left, he can throw it well, keep the ball in the ballpark, which is going to be a key, and derail the Twins.
Sox are trying to give Minnesota its first loss of the year. The Twins in the lead in the Central right out of the gate. It is winter hat day, and it's not as tough as it looks to put on, but it looks like fun. Twins and Sox coming up.
Toyota. Tested. Trusted. Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Lexus, who encourages you to experience amazing. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time.
It's a blustery April afternoon here in Chicago as the face painting wears on. Arts and crafts for Sox and Sox fans alike here at the ballpark. And the sun is out, which is great news. It's getting warmer as the weekend wears on. Beautiful day for baseball at Guaranteed Rate Field, Game 2 of the series, Sox and Twins.
Unlike last night, where the wind was not a factor whatsoever, today the wind once again is a huge factor. It's blowing out toward the left field corner. And unlike the last couple of days where it aided the left-hand hitters, today it's really going to help the right-hand hitters and the lefties who can go to left and left center field.
Get the ball in the air, see what happens, might be the rule of thumb today. We'll see. Sox come in at 1-2 after splitting with the Tigers, then losing the opener against the Twins last night, 3-1. And here is Miguel Gonzalez, born in Mexico, pitched for that side of the World Baseball Classic this past March. And he takes the field here at Guaranteed Rate Field for the first time this season. He will face this starting lineup for the Minnesota Twins and Paul Molitor. Tigers are out of town. Dozier, Kepler, Sano, Bauer, Polanco, and Castro, one of the on-base leaders in all of baseball right now. Buxton, Rosario, and Escobar, your starting 9.
Let's take a look at the defense and how they're going to line up behind Miguel Gonzalez. It's Melky Cabrera, Jacob May, and Avisail Garcia in the outfield, left to right, with Todd Frazier, Tim Anderson, Tyler Saladino, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Giovanni Soto behind the plate, and Miguel Gonzalez on the hill. It is his first start of the year. There you look at what he did last year, and despite the fact he was 5-8, he threw the ball very well. You have a 3.73 ERA in this ballpark as a home park, you're getting it done. The umpires for the game this afternoon. Carlos Torres has the duties behind the plate. The crew chief, Dana DeMuth, is at first. Paul Nauert is at second, and Chris Guccione is at third. So a bright, sunny day. It says that the temperature is going to be in the 50s, perhaps getting a little bit higher. I know away from the lake it's going to be in the 70s today. We'll see if some of that gets to the old ballpark. But other than that, a gorgeous day for baseball.
No matter what, we will take this. Blue sky overhead, the sun's out. Paul Molitor's team comes in red hot, one of just 2 remaining unbeatens in baseball. The Twins at 4-0 and the Orioles at 3-0, the last 2 standing.
This Twin team knows that they have to score some runs to get it done because the pitching staff's still a little sketchy, whether it's the starting rotation or the bullpen. However, they are scoring a lot of runs right now, and they're playing unbelievably good defense. They have yet to make an error. So we're ready to play baseball. I'm ready to turn it over to Jason Benetti.
Thank you, Steve, and welcome to everybody here to White Sox baseball this lovely afternoon. We hope you'll stay with us for the duration. Today, as Miguel Gonzalez faces the very dangerous second baseman Brian Dozier for Minnesota. And Dozier on the first pitch grounds it down the left field line for a base hit. He had the first pitch swing last night. Frazier got him at third. This time he sneaks it by him, and Dozier's on.
Unfortunately, you throw a first pitch fastball to an exceptional first ball fastball hitter, and usually this is what happens. See Todd in close at third. This ball shoots by him, and now you've got a base stealer in a position to steal a base.
He has 3 of the 4 stolen bases this season for the Twins. Dozier does, as Max Kepler, the lefty, is up into the 2 spot today after batting 6th last night. Kepler, the German 24-year-old, 4 out of 16 so far this season.
Last year, Brian Dozier stole 18 bases. He kind of kept it down somewhat. When you hit 42 home runs, most managers don't want you to steal all that much.
Sox have the pull shift on the infield for Kepler, who had a 3-home run game last year in his first extended major league time.
The Twins know that Kepler is not going to be a huge power threat, but he makes good solid contact. He does everything well, throws it well, and can field, as we saw in last night's game, very well in right field.
To left in the air and back-to-back hits for the Twins to open the ball game. Dozier's back at second base.
This is what Kepler will do best, and that is take the ball exactly where it's pitched and put a good swing, make excellent contact, dumps it in front of Melky, and then he thought he could catch Dozier napping. He rounded second base, threw behind him, but was a touch late. So some early game troubles for Miguel Gonzalez.
The big trouble is who he has to face right now. The guy right there, Miguel Sano, who has been outstanding, as we told you in the open, this season so far for Minnesota.
He's hit 5 home runs in his very young career against our Sox, and he's got mammoth power to all fields.
We showed you that lengthy at bat from the 6th inning last night, the 9-pitch at bat against Derek Holland. If Miguel Sano had qualified for the Major League Stat Board, he would have been tied for 12th in all of baseball in terms of pitches per plate appearance.
That's because a lot of people, one, like to pitch around him, and two, they want to get him out of the strike zone because he does swing at just about everything.
That was last season we're talking about for Sano, just 23 years old.
Tommy John surgery on his throwing arm rather, which for a third baseman is kind of unique. Now he is back and playing third base where he's the most comfortable after an ill-fated trial in right field.
Played first last night and actually did a pretty good job of it, as there's strike 2.
Well, Paul Molitor asked about that, said, yeah, I mean, he did fine. Said except for the time with runners at first and second when he was holding the man at first on. He said that's probably something that he wants to lose if he's going to play some more at first base, but he's got pretty decent hands. The one thing you don't see as a first baseman, he's got a rocket for an arm.
Two strikes on Sano. Dozier at second, Kepler at first, and Sano pops it foul. Twins at 4-0 after an 0-9 start to last season. And again, whether or not it shakes out that this is a playoff looking team, at least the smiles are on the faces in that dugout. That's something Paul Molitor is pleased about in terms of confidence.
We saw last night how good a center fielder Byron Buxton is, because he turned the game around defensively in the first inning with 2 great catches.
Swing and a miss for strike 3, and Sano fans had a big time for Gonzalez. Crucial spot in the first inning.
Got him on a high cutter. It was exactly where he wanted to get it, out of the strike zone. And Sano, who's got a huge strike zone, nose to toes and north to south, as well as east and west, he swings and goes down. That was a big, big out.
Now you got Joe Mauer, who certainly can hurt you, but not as much in the way Sano can hurt you with the extra base hit potential.
And here's another factor. Normally, Mauer will take the ball to left and left center field, and the Sox have a shift on him as a dead pull hitter. Perhaps out of spring training, they felt that Mauer was trying to pull the ball more these days.
Yeah, on the infield, Anderson at shortstop is basically on the second base back.
And you would think in this situation, if you're going to line up defensively this way, it probably is because Miguel Gonzalez is trying to cut that fastball inside and force him to pull the ball. But Mauer has a very good inside out swing, meaning he can take the inside pitch and hit it to left or left center.
It's downstairs, 2 balls and no strikes on Mauer, who is 1 for 10 career against Miguel Gonzalez, who only saw the Twins once last season as a White Sox pitcher. a 7-inning start, gave up just 1 earned run. Gonzalez did at Target Field. That's ball 3, close pitch.
Well, now you have a pretty good idea of why the shift is on playing him as a dead pull hitter, because all 3 of those pitches were on the inside part of the plate. Unfortunately, they were all down and out of the zone.
It's Jorge Polanco who's on deck. 0 for 4 last night, but he opened the season 4 out of 6. 3-0 from Gonzalez. That's ball 4. Bases loaded. 1 out for the Twins here in the first. 2017 Chicago White Sox presented by Guaranteed Rate, home of low mortgage rates and the world's best digital mortgage. Get started now at rate.com. Twins last night were 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. So Gonzalez certainly hopes that he can get a ground ball from Polanco and end this first inning.
Outfield, a couple of steps toward left center field, playing him as an off-field hitter. The hole, and it's not a huge hole, is in right center field.
23-year-old Polanco takes strike 1.
Polanco has decent but not great speed, so a hard hit ground ball probably turns into 2. As the Twins trying to take advantage of a pitcher struggling with his location.
On the ground, Frazier at third decides to come home and get the out. He chops down Dozier, 2 down.
Wise choice by Todd Frazier, because this one cued off the end of the bat was too slow to think about turning a pair. So you cut down the lead runner, you stop him from scoring. And Gio really had no other play. There was no reason to throw to first base. He didn't have much of an angle, and Polanco getting out of the box quickly makes sure that there's not going to be a double play, as does Dozier, who tried to get a piece of Soto, but he leaps out of the way.
So here's Jason Castro, who has been on base much more often than not to open this season. He's 3 out of 6 at the plate. 6 walks as well for Castro.
Gio Soto went out there to talk with Gonzalez. It's because now you have a longtime catcher at second base in Joe Mauer. So it could very well be that they've changed the signs from what they were using with the bases loaded. They're still loaded, but now you have the former catcher out at second base looking in at the signs.
Ball 1 to Castro, over from Houston. Very good defensive catcher, 29 years old.
One of the best framers of pitches in the game, and they know that they got a very good defender. They didn't think they were getting as much of an offensive force as former #1 draft pick of the Houston Astros has shown in the early going.
Bases loaded, 2 out. Gonzalez gets a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good backdoor cutters. He shaves off the outside corner. There you look at Twins at every base for the second hitter here in the first inning. They were loaded for Polanco. He couldn't get the job done.
Sox scored in the first inning last night. Trying to keep the Twins at 0 here. 1-1. Bounce to first, and Abreu. That'll do it. Nice job by Gonzalez, wriggling off the hook. 2 hits and a walk. No runs. Sox to the bat rack after this. after Ricky Renteria. Tyler Saladino leads it off. Then Tim Anderson and Melky Cabrera. Abreu, Frazier, and Garcia follow. Then Giovanni Soto getting start number 3. Matt Davidson DHs, and Jacob May in the 9th spot.
Let's take a look at the defense that has been spectacular in the early going. Rosario, Buxton, and Kepler left to right in the infield. Sano, Polanco, Dozier, and Joe Mauer at first base with Jason Castro behind the plate. And our Lexus experienced amazing starting pitcher is Adalberto Mejia, former San Francisco Giant. He's got plus stuff, and for the Twins a rarity because he's got strikeout stuff, which is something they didn't have from the left side the last few years.
That was one of those mutual benefit trades. The Giants needed one of those flex guys on the infield. They got Eduardo Nunez. Mejia ends up coming to the Twins, and he fishes out strike number 1 to Saladino, who's 3 for 11 so far this year after a 282 2016.
Mejia, a 4-pitch pitcher, so he has a curve and a slider to go with the changeup. His fastball anywhere from 92 to 95 or 6. Straight change, probably his best pitch overall.
He's very wind-blown right now.
It's one of those days you just don't want to throw a lot of fly balls, especially to the left side.
Saladino cracks it down the line. Should be extra bases for Tyler. This is a leadoff double for the Sox second baseman.
He tried to get this ball in on the hands of Saladino, who got the head of the bat out and crushes it to left field. Tyler continues to hit the ball well. No chance at all for Sano. Before he reacted, that ball was by him, and as it caroms off the Modelo sign, a new sponsor for this year, a good way to start the first inning.
A lot of options if you like to imbibe the ballpark this year.
There are that.
The Craft Cave. Anderson takes ball number 1. Tim's still looking for that first extra base hit this year after such a marvelous rookie season. 1/3 of his games with the Sox were multi-hit games. More than 20 of his 55 in AAA were. Here he gets Saladino over and nearly beat out Mauer to the bag. Tyler to third and 1 out.
Good job of hitting by Tim Anderson. He went up there with a game plan, and that was whatever he was going to do, it was going to be to the right side. Mauer hustling there, slides into the bag and beats him, and I wish Tim would just run through the bag instead of sliding head first, opening himself up for some injuries and getting there a touch slower.
That said, if you stretch that last stride, you can hurt yourself that way, but the risks are so much greater with the slide.
Hands, shoulders, wrists, elbows. Lots of ways to get hurt on a head first slide in the first.
Melky ground ball. This gets the run home, and the Sox manufacture a first inning tally.
With the infield back conceding the run, and all Melky need would be a ground ball, that's exactly what he did. Poked it to the right side. And Melky drives in his second of the year. And just like that, a 1-0 deficit is a 1-1 tie. Excuse me, 1-0. They did not score.
Twins had so many guys on base, you would expect that there would be a run on the board.
I thought they did, but no.
So here's Abreu as the Sox have scored now in 3 of the 4 first innings they've played in, and both in this series.
And terrific execution. The ground ball to the right side by Anderson. Little ground ball by Melky, knowing that with the Twins conceding the run, and they're conceding the run because they've had a lot of offense in the early going and wanting to stay out of the big inning.
See, that's the type of run that you know Sox fans love to see. Something there's been a shortage of at points over the last half decade to decade. You get a runner on second base, you get him over, you get him in, and I know it's something Ricky Renteria has talked about in terms of approach at the plate.
And just a great deal of good execution, especially on the part of Anderson.
I'm reminded by Chris Kamka, the truck, that the Sox didn't score a first inning run until the 9th game of last season. Remember those late inning runs were coming across quite frequently last year, but not much in the first. Abreu on the ground. Shortstop Polanco with a nice play as he was screened by Sano's dive to retire the side. But the Sox get a run. Saladino started the rally with a double. It's 1-0. State Farm, and we welcome our White Sox fans watching today's game in Reedlyn, Iowa on RTC Communications. You ever been to Reedlyn?
No.
Loretta Lynn?
But I'm sure it's just gorgeous.
Like today here at the ballpark.
A beautiful day.
It's winter hat day, and this is the day on the homestand where you need the winter hat the least.
It's the best looking day by far.
Here's Buxton, who struck out 4 times in 4 at-bats last night.
Paul Molitor, talking about Byron Buxton and what he did last night, was saying, look, this guy can bunt. He's actually a pretty decent bunter. And when you make as little contact as he made last night, you might want to think about that with a runner at second and nobody out. So we probably will see him sometime today laying one down, although probably not in this situation.
To shortstop, Anderson off the spin, got him. Oh my.
Terrific job on a one-hop rocket, and the best part of it was that Tim Anderson, who's gotten more confident as he's moved along, especially with the glove, didn't panic at all. He knows Buxton can fly, but he sees the ball right there, doesn't get as much on it as he can, but throws it perfectly and retires a very speedy Buxton, and that goes with the trend that Gonzalez did all of last year. On base percentage only .268 against Miguel, leading off an inning, and that will keep the opposition from scoring.
To throw out of the wide, Rosario slips this one down the right field line. Avi gets over there. Rosario with a 1-out double.
This ball's on the inner third, and Eddie Rosario doesn't have big power, but does have a lively bat. Takes it right down the line past Jose. He's not that far off the line, but can't get to this one. So Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, motioning fair all the way, and then for Avi, even if he handles that cleanly, he's not going to get him at second base. He's going away from his throw.
You know, it was interesting talking to Ricky Renteria about the outfield defense last night. The ball that Avi Garcia had the error on when Abreu was going out Avi was coming in, Ricky said he watched the video back, and Avi, just as he had the ball coming into his glove, glanced at the runner. And so he took his eye off the ball very briefly. He was there to make the play, took his eye off the ball, so that's something to work on as Escobar takes strike number 1.
Well, I think one of the things that he's got to realize is that if there's a shot of Abreu making the catch and he's very close to Abreu, the base runner is not going to tag up. Avi's got a good arm. He couldn't have gone at the depth of that fly ball, and it's something that I'm sure they're talking to him about to work on, because they don't leave a lot of things to chance. They'll go over it the next day.
Play is on at second base, and Anderson didn't have Rosario. Saw last night, looked like Derek Holland thought there was a play on at second base. Saladino was either not clued into it or there was no play on, and ball ended up in center field. One strike on Escobar, and another play at second, safe.
This one a little better throw and a little closer at second base. They're just trying to shorten up the lead of Rosario.
Is that normally the pitcher's call?
Well, anybody can put it on. Anderson can put it on. You can get it from Soto, or you can just do what they call the daylight play. And we'll tell you about the daylight play. The shortstop will normally put his glove out. If the pitcher can see the glove between the man at second base and the bag, he'll whirl around, and normally when you see that glove, you know the shortstop's going to go and try for a pickoff. It's called the daylight play. Shortstop can get between the runner and the bag. If you can get the ball there quickly enough, you get a really good shot at picking him off.
On the ground, second base, Saladino, and there is out number 2. Rosario on his way to third.
4 ground ball outs in the early going, which is a wise thing to do today. And I talked with Miguel about his time in Baltimore, because he threw the ball very well for the Orioles, but last spring training his velocity dipped 3 or 4 miles an hour. The Orioles, fearing that he had a big problem, just let him go. Sox were very happy because Gonzalez really knows how to pitch, and they picked him up, and he threw it very well last year. Don Cooper, knowing he's got a very adaptable pitcher on the mound who's refined that cutter a whole lot these days.
There is strike number 1 from Gonzalez to Dozier, who decides to take the first pitch this time.
That's because he picked up the spin. That was a cutter as opposed to that fastball that he rifled by Frazier to lead off the game.
Rosario at third, 2 out. Popped foul, 0-2 on Dozier. Well, Dozier has been an inside hitter, you've talked about, and that's where the slugging really comes from. You take a look at his heat map. This is his slugging percentage, and the interior is all that red stuff.
Well, everybody believes when you see a chart like that you can't pitch him inside. You can, you just can't pitch him inside for a strike. You want to go way inside, you're probably going to be okay, and a good block by Gio, making sure that Rosario has to stay at third base. This ball bounces well in front of home plate. The toughest ball to handle for a catcher is the one that bounces maybe 3 feet in front of the plate. You don't know if that hop is going to bounce or it's going to flatten out and stay down.
One and two from Gonzalez. He got him swinging. Gonzalez is stranded 4 through 2, and it's 1-0 Sox.
For the last regular season game. Coverage begins at 4:30 on CSN with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live or stream live on the NBC Sports app. What a year for the Blackhawks, and heading into the pursuit of the Stanley Cup, I believe, with the playoffs, the intensity of the playoffs, the amount of playoff games you have to win to get there, the toughest trophy to win in all of sports.
You could argue that there is nothing more exciting than playoff hockey.
It's just great.
Todd Frazier in the air, right field. Kepler has to watch it bounce foul. After his play last night in right field, you just think he's going to catch everything.
He doesn't have great speed. What he does is the ability to get very good jumps. The play he made last night, diving and sliding actually across the line to take the ball away with the wind blowing that way, and pretty much the ball moving consistently away from him, slicing down the line. It was a terrific play. The whole outfield has played exceptionally well.
Buxton may have saved the game in the first inning last night.
There's no doubt. He turned it around with his glove.
Cody Ashe had 2 on, blasted a ball to center field, and Buxton took what looked like it was going to be a double away from Ashe, and it would have been 2 runs across.
Well,
1 and 2.
That and the play he made on Saladino to lead off the ball game, because if he doesn't make that play, which probably arguably could have been called a better catch, then the 3 singles really open up the inning, and instead of the 1 run, very good chance of getting 3 or 4 in the first and really doing some damage to Phil Hughes, which didn't happen, and he went on to throw a gem in 6+ innings.
He is high on 1 and 2 to Frazier.
Last night, Byron Buxton has great speed. He's an exceptional defender, and he makes a great play. That was the first of 2. This, Jason told you, against Cody Ashe, another great play.
That misses. 3 and 2 on Frazier, who is 0 for 12, does have a walk, 2 strikeouts. He scored a run. Last year, the 40 home runs, a career high.
Mejia in the spring was in a battle for the 5th starting spot, and he won the battle. So here he is. He was battling Tyler Duffy, who we saw last night. Tyler Duffy had great stuff in the 2 innings he worked, but he lost out on the starting spot, and Mejia instead number 5.
Whole bullpen is still not a lot of run for the Twins. Frazier, a long one to left field and hooking foul. Todd just missed one last night too. Took Twins left fielder Eddie Rosario all the way to the wall.
Interestingly enough, the Twins decided to employ something which was not unique, but certainly advantageous. They had Bert Blyleven suit up, and he got with Tyler Duffy and moved him on the pitching rubber to the third base side, which gave him a much better angle on the curveball. We saw that curveball last night, and it was just outstanding. So if he can keep it right there, he's going to be a huge asset out of the pen.
Frazier looked like he broke his bat. There was a splinter that came off that puppy, and he'll get a new one. 8th pitch already to Frazier. Three and 2. Again fouled away by Todd Frazier.
It's reminiscent of the Sano at bat from last night, which yielded 5 foul balls and a 9-pitch at bat, eventually won by Sano. As Todd Frazier hoping that he's got the same resolution, or maybe a bit better, especially if he can get out front and pull it. Castro wants a changeup. Let's see if Mejia goes with it. It looks like he's going to.
Frazier caught a piece.
Gives you an idea about the confidence that Castro has in the Mejia change. There's a look at the longtime Houston Astro, Jason Castro, out of Stanford University.
Another foul ball from Frazier.
It's becoming a titanic struggle.
I think it already may be there. Todd last year had his career high in pitches per trip to the plate. Over 4 for the first time in his career, and entering play today, a very small sample size. He was at 4.8.
And this is not going to hurt him any with this extended at bat.
3-2 again. Another foul ball.
It is Girl Scout Day at the ballpark, and what better thing to do than get one of those lovely winter caps and have some pizza. I'll take yours, you take mine, then we'll switch, and we'll have a very good time.
Sharing is caring, Steve.
That's what pizza is all about. Share it with your friends.
Frazier again fouls it away. Well, Todd has been a baseball guy for so long. He embraces the fact that baseball is our timeless game.
And he also embraces the fact that there's a lot of folks in the ballpark that would like nothing more than to get a souvenir to take home with them. He's providing quite a bit of them. This is pitch number 14. 10 foul balls in this at bat.
Three and two. It's high. Ball 4. Frazier works a walk and gets sturdy applause from the fans.
Just a great at bat by Todd Frazier, who spoiled everything up, down, in, out before finally taking a look at a fastball for ball 4.
A 14-pitch walk. And here is Avi. Five out of 12 so far for Garcia at the plate this year. There's ball 1. See how Mejia reacts to Frazier bleeding him dry for that walk.
Well, you get to the point where you just want him to put it in play. But if you throw ball 4, that's not going to happen. Outfield playing a couple of steps to the opposite field. The big gap in left center for Avi.
Avi's sock game is on point today.
He's got that, and we've got new socks for our Sox. They come in red, they come in the black you see there with the logo and the stripes, and you've got to wear your pants a bit higher to show them off, but as a sartorial statement, they look pretty good. You should get a couple of pairs of those.
At least he wore the right socks. Some folks around here don't wear the right shirt.
Well, that can happen. That can happen to just about anybody. In fact, it can happen to anybody.
It happened to me last year.
And it happened to me last night.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But fortunately, because of Gail Tucker, our fine front office folk, I was able to record a new shirt, which I'll be sure to give back in a couple of years.
The 12th of never. Frazier at first. There he goes. Avi takes, and Frazier swipes second base.
Pretty much of a delay, and it's a good thing that Castro had the ball pop out of his hand, because he would have had Todd by a wide margin. He's looking back to see if there's contact. There's not, and there's no play, so he is in with a stolen base.
It was a close pitch, too. Avi got the benefit of ball 3.
I think a lot of times what happens, Jason, is that as a catcher comes up to throw, they screen the umpire, and more times than not, he'll call it out of the zone.
Now 3-2 on Garcia. Well, that's an argument for the automated strike zone.
Except that hitters would not be happy with an automated strike zone because nobody would hit.
You're saying if it were called to the letter of the law,
nobody would hit. Now explain why, if you're talking about, you know, like a laser type strike zone. The reason being that you can literally throw a slider or a curveball that nips the front part of the plate, and by the time the catcher catches it, it's going to be a foot outside. And technically, well, it's going to break the laser. It's going to be called a strike, but the hitter can't possibly get it that far away. So you would actually defeat the purpose. You might make better calls overall, only you would limit scoring, which is something baseball doesn't really want to do.
But the pace of the games would be quicker, you'd think. Avi with a blast right center field. Buxton on the run to the wall. He can't get there. Frazier's on his way around third. Avi into third. RBI triple, 2-0.
Second run batted into the year for Avi. And this was one of the few times that Byron Buxton could not make a spectacular catch. Going to his left, measuring the ball all the way. Ball hits off the end of the glove, and then he caroms into the wall. He comes away without any injury, which is going to make them breathe a sigh of relief as Neil Allen comes out to talk with Mejia, who finds himself trailing by a pair early.
On the 8th career triple for Avisail Garcia. 7th in a Sox uniform. And he was breathing down Frazier's neck. Todd had to wait to make sure that Buxton didn't reel it in. And Avi has hit the ball very well to open this 2017.
That was the first time where he had a base hit right of second base. He's pulled 3 ground balls to the left side, which is not usual for him. And with his good speed, he makes it to third easily. So Neil Allen has had his say. The infield has come in at all 4 positions for Gio Soto.
The power that Avi Garcia shows to the opposite field is certainly something you'd like to keep.
Well, both Todd Steverson and Ricky Renteria said the same thing to Avi. And that was, you don't have to try to hit every ball 500 feet. You're strong enough where if you just make solid contact, get it in the air, it's going out of the park. And he seems to be a lot more under control this year. Certainly has to do a lot with losing 15 pounds and getting a little more mobility.
Now Avi is caught in a rundown, and he is safe! Safe at home off the bobble!
Gio Soto missed the sign and hung Avi out to dry. And when Castro bobbled a sure out, Carlos Torres said, nope, no clean tag, he's in. So the defense that has been spectacular in the early going do not execute at all on this rundown. Sano waited too long to get the ball to Castro. That's one of the things. He thought he could run him down. He should realize he doesn't have near the speed of Avi, and it cost him the play. Tough ball to handle for Castro.
So the Sox get the benefit of the miscue by the Twins. 2-0 on Soto, who gets a reprieve after the missed sign, and he pops it up. Dozier fighting the wind, and Brian Dozier secures out number 1. Sox fans and school teachers, Weather Day presented by WGN-TV is April 26th when the White Sox take on the Royals at 1:10 p.m. Prior to the game, join WGN-TV's chief meteorologist Tom Skilling for a fun presentation including weather videos, trivia, and more. For more info and to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/WGN.
That scoring play, if you are indeed scoring at home, is caught stealing E2.
That's the first error against the Twins this season.
And I thought that it was waiting too long to deliver the ball from Sano. Quite obviously, Castro did bobble the ball, but he was put in a tough situation. Either way, the run's going to score. Either way, it's 3-0 in the early going.
Sox will take it no matter how it comes. Matt Davidson trying to build on a home run in his first start this year. Now 2-1.
It was great to talk to Matt Davidson after his first game of the season, getting a start, a triple and a home run, saying that he felt part of the team even though he was not in Chicago the last couple of years. So now that he finds himself in the lineup, his natural power is going to take over because he is very strong.
And he said that as he's felt more comfortable defensively, he's gotten more comfortable at the plate, the higher level he's hit in minor league baseball. And you wonder how it's going to affect him to solely be the DH, as he will be for most of his time in the lineup this season.
I think occasionally we'll see him at first base, as they would give Jose a rest by making him the designated hitter, especially against some left-handers. Davidson fits nicely at first base. And the pitches have piled up on Mejia.
30-pitch inning. 3-2 for Davidson. In the air, first base side. Mauer is out, and Mauer, fighting it, is there in foul territory. Out number 2 as we check in with Sierra Santos.
Hey guys, yeah, so the other day, Jacob May, who's coming to the plate right now, I overheard him asking Tim Anderson, hey, where do I put my shoes to get cleaned? And now it's been a total role reversal for Tim Anderson, who was, of course, a rookie last year. He's been showing him the ropes in these first couple games. He asked him about things like, okay, what do I do with my loops, the things that they use to wash the clothes? He said, you don't need them here. They stamp your name in it. He also asked him about the dress code. He said, okay, it's casual here at home. You need to wear a dress shirt and nice shoes on the road. And about the video, they actually had a conversation about this. Tim Anderson's advice to him, because they don't have video that accessible in AAA, he said, use it but don't abuse it. And I asked May if he was overwhelmed. He said, it's kind of overwhelming, but what I do is I try to utilize it in situations but not overthink it. So already Tim Anderson passing on some words of wisdom to the young Jacob May, who of course was drafted the same year. Guys, I'll send it back up to you in the booth.
Sierra, thank you. And to build on that, talking to guys in spring training, a number of Sox players say, when you say, hey, who's your favorite teammate or who's the best guy to be around in the clubhouse, the answer is Tim Anderson. He's a very thoughtful guy. He's a father now, and that speaks to his relationship with Jacob May. I mean, you're 23 years old, you're showing somebody the ropes. Those are young ropes still, but it's good teammate behavior. Jacob draws ball 4, 4-pitch walk for May, and Tyler Saladino will come up.
He's going to bring Polanco to talk with Mejia, trying to settle him down somewhat. With 46 pitches and not through the second inning, odds are overwhelming. You're not going to go too deep into the ball game. And last night there was 3 innings to cover. Duffy with 2 of them. Kinsler got the save, and he threw 1 inning. So it should be a fairly rested bullpen.
We may see exactly how rested.
You could see a lot of them, it appears.
May's got speed over at first, and Saladino takes strike number 1. This is almost a no-lose here with Jacob May at first. You let him run?
I would let him run after I see the best move that Mejia has, and that's what you do at first base when you haven't seen a lot of the moves. you take what's called a one-way lead, meaning you go out a little further than you would be with the sole intention of getting back to the bag and forcing a good move. If you decide to run without seeing that move, you run the risk of getting picked off. Either way, you don't mind leading off with Saladino. Is the bullpen up and going? And that's something that Paul Molitor did not want to see early in this one.
Those are the comments in the background as Justin Haley's warming up.
It's it.
0-2 from Mejia. And that is fouled off of Saladino. Justin Haley, who just made his major league debut a couple of days ago, getting loose in the Twin bullpen.
This wouldn't be a bad time to send May because Saladino already down 0-2. Still have not forced the best move from Mejia, but you'd bail Saladino out of the at-bat and just maybe swipe a bag.
Young left-hander Mejia to Saladino and outside. Well, the one thing you can say about the Sox this year early on is that there's a high willingness to take pitches and work it at bat.
We've seen many more extended at bats in the early going than we saw most of last year, and we've seen a lot more aggressiveness on the base paths.
May bluffed running, and Saladino got hit by that pitch. 2 on, 2 out. The inning continues.
Paul Molitor might want to take a look at this one again. Threw a cutter in on his hands. It hit his hand. And that's what Carlos Torres was signaling. So we will play on, although Paul Molitor continues to talk.
He's got 30 seconds to decide on whether or not he's going to challenge.
It appears he's going to take Mejia out of the ball game, this being the second trip. So that's going to be it for the starter acquired from San Francisco. A disappointing outing today. And from Molitor's standpoint, he wants to get the bullpen in before this one gets out of hand. So as Mejia leaves, we will step out and be back after these messages.
Clients promote teamwork or boost morale. Companies, schools, churches, and sports teams enjoy group benefits when they reserve 20 or more seats. The larger your group, the larger your discount. Visit whitesox.com/group.
Our Hyundai call to the pen is Justin Haley, who was acquired in a trade via the Rule 5 draft. We'll explain that to you as you take a look at what he did on Wednesday. A clean inning against the Royals. He inherits a couple of base runners at first and second. 2 outs here in the second inning. Sox with an early 3-0 lead.
Trying to build on that with Tim Anderson. Right back to Haley for out number 3. Sox get 2 thanks to a couple walks, a triple, and an error. It's 3-0 after 2.
Miller time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Fans enjoy the weekend here at the ballpark. A lot of fans have weekend season tickets, just coming to Saturday and Sunday games, and there's one fewer weekend season ticket holder. We lost a great Sox fan during the offseason, Phil Doster, who was a weekend season ticket holder for a long time. So condolences to the family as Max Kepler takes strike number 1.
And we told you that we would explain that trade via the Rule 5 draft. We'll do that after Kepler's at bat.
You can do it now if you want. We got time.
We do. What happens in a Rule 5 draft is if a team does not protect the player, you get to draft him in the order, reverse order, that you finished the year before. So as an example, a few years back, Josh Hamilton was not protected. He was a candidate for the Rule 5 draft, and Cincinnati did not have a high enough pick. The Cubs had the first pick in the draft. They made a deal with the Cubs on the Rule 5 draft, so the Cubs.
Strike 3 on Kepler. Third strikeout for Gonzalez today.
The Cubs would draft Hamilton and then trade him to Cincinnati. So that was a trade via the Rule 5 draft. Same thing happened with Justin Haley. Minnesota didn't have a high enough order to get him, so they made a trade with San Diego, and they were able to then to get Haley, who they wanted to help shore up their bullpen.
And the idea behind the Rule 5 draft being that there are some guys in the minor leagues who are in the minors in part because they just haven't had an opportunity. They're blocked by somebody in the organization or something, and once they have enough tenure to be eligible for the Rule 5 draft, if they're drafted and stick with the major league club, they get to have that freedom to move.
Well, it creates an opportunity for a lot of guys who wouldn't otherwise have them. And Rule 5 draft, if you draft him major league and he doesn't stick on your major league roster, then you have to offer him back for half the price. It's $50,000. You offer him back for $25,000 to the team you drafted him from.
Strike 3 on Sano. He's fanned twice. Gonzalez has his number. 7 pitches, all strikes to Sano with 1 foul in there.
Good slider down and away, and Sano, we talked about his mammoth strike zone. No contact.
That is big Sano in the right-hand batter's box.
He's going to strike out a lot. When he makes contact, though, you can hear it. It sounds different than most other hitters.
Joe Mauer goes after the first pitch, tailing inside, and strike 1.
When I talked to Miguel about that cutter, he said that he was having a hard time getting his fastball into the left-hand hitters because it kept drifting back out over the plate. And he refined and developed that cutter, which he loves to keep up to left-hand hitters.
On the ground, Saladino is around it for out number 3. That's a quick inning for Miguel Gonzalez, who has really settled in after a bases loaded first. 3-0 Sox. Centering on Carson Fulmer in AAA Charlotte.
Once I got to the big leagues, I had some success, had some failures, went down to AAA, and was able to be with Coach Dotson, or Richard Dotson, for a while, and we figured some stuff out. And I think that with the good outings that I had towards the end of the year and coming into spring training, I'm right where I need to be. I'm comfortable, and I can't wait for the next opportunity.
He looked like it last night. Got the win with AAA Charlotte. The Knights are 2-0, and the offense has been there as well. But Carson Fulmer goes 6 innings, gives up 6 hits, a couple of earned runs. He added that cutter in spring training of last year and has really seen it serve him well. This past spring training has really added to that cutter as Cabrera grounds out for out number 1.
There's very few better than Don Cooper at picking up something that can help. And one of the things that Carson Fulmer was having trouble with was keeping the ball inside to the left-hand hitters. That allows him now with the cutter to do that consistently. And last night's farm report, Yoan Moncada, it's only been 2 games. He's just 7 for 11. So he's tearing it up so far at AAA, and a very encouraging outing by Carson Fulmer, former number 1, 8th pick in the country out of Vanderbilt. And hopefully he's got a very long and very productive career.
Really refined that cutter this spring training after adding it last year, and we'll hear from him later on this season about where that cutter came from. But as you're talking, Don Cooper basically said, if you're going to pitch in the majors, you got to have something else.
Well, you got to pitch. You got to pitch inside the left-handers, which opens up the outside corner to whatever you want to use there. But these hitters are the best hitters in the world, and if they pick up, and they will do that very quickly, that you can't get inside on them. All they do is look middle away and then shred you.
In honor of Carson Fulmer's performance, by the way, we have a Vanderbilt towel on the prize shelf today, sent in by Kyle Parkinson, the great sports information director down in Nashville, taking advantage of the prize shelf address.
It's a great program. And
the prize shelf or Vanderbilt?
Both.
Okay.
Great programs. Our prize shelf has been in the infancy stages of its program. Vanderbilt keeps getting better.
Tim Corbin leading both the prize shelf and Vanderbilt's Commodores. Abreu to shortstop, and a diving play by Polanco for out number 2.
Polanco, who's a second baseman by trade, doesn't have the strongest arm, and we saw it when he skipped a throw across earlier in the ball game. This time, good mobility, however, going to his right. Wasn't a hard hit line drive, but he made a good play on it.
2 out for Todd Frazier, who really spearheaded the rally in the second inning. It was a 14-pitch walk against Adalberto Mejia, and that started the move to bounce him from the game by the Sox offense, which forced him out after 1 2/3.
Haley, a big man at 6'5", 230 pounds. He was selected by Boston originally in 2012, picked in the 6th round, and signed.
His father, Haley's father, was going to wait a couple days to come in to see his kid pitch for the first time in the major leagues. And he said, you know what, I'm sick of waiting. I'm just going to book a flight. So he's coming in from California, and he said, just don't pitch today. All right. This was the other day. And Haley said that was the moment when my dad said that to me that I knew I was going to end up pitching that day. And in fact, his dad was somewhere midair on his way to Target Field when Haley got into the game for the first time against the Royals. Just drop him right out. You parachute down, right?
I was going to say, I do believe he'll have a good chance to see him. His stuff looks pretty good. Like most guys, he was a starting pitcher most of his career and a starting pitcher most of his professional career. Now finding some work out of the bullpen.
Ball's ripped to right center field. Buxton on the run. He makes it look so easy, and Frazier still is without a hit thanks to the Twins outfield defense. 1, 2, 3 they go. can win on Sox Math. We have a rollover jackpot, which has been signed now by 4 people. This thermos, local hero Corey Provis of Twins Radio.
We also have one of Gordon Beckham's spikes.
Yep.
If you win twice, you get the other one, but winning once gets you just 1 spike, and if you are left-footed, you'll use it well.
It's very difficult to use 1 spike well, I have to say. That's signed, too. It's a signed Gordon Beckham spike. That's what you can win playing Sox Math today, and it's weekend Sox Math, so it's a little bit more leisurely. It's a ground ball foul by Polanco. Here's a closer look at your possible prizes. Our winner yesterday took the Todd Frazier batting gloves. There's Billy Pierce there. You see the towel down there with the gold stripes. That's courtesy of Vanderbilt.
And the bank. You can take it to the bank.
If you did, they would ask you why you have that in their establishment, but you're welcome to. Did Polanco get something in his eye there? The wind blowing?
Would be a pretty easy thing to do today.
1-2. Second base, Saladino off the slide. Got him!
Pretty good play by the all-purpose, but currently everyday second baseman. Big effort. Fortunately, he got that ball on a bounce off the dirt. It didn't hit the grass, so it would flatten out, and he got Polanco out.
Here's your Sox Math question for today. Number of Sox games remaining on this homestand, excluding today, multiplied by the number of letters in the birth city of Miguel Gonzalez. Beat Ryan Bovard today. Hashtag Sox Math. First correct answer on Twitter wins a prize off the prize shelf. Weekend Sox Math. Sit in your hammock, drink your lemonade.
Yeah, it's an easy one because you only have 1 question on there, essentially.
2.
Yeah, but I don't know. You know, I'm a creature of habit. I'm used to the 4.
You're trying to give away the answer.
No.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Half of it.
Now, because I'll come up with the answer, I think, right around the appetizer portion of dinner tonight.
We have a lot of different answers already coming in, which, well, one person has answered 3 times, so you can go home. A foul ball from Castro, 1 and 2. We have no set rules about whether or not you can answer multiple times, but if you're just spraying numbers all over Twitter, we're gonna catch you with the Sox Math 5-0s coming after you.
And you'll be disqualified. An early disqualification.
Not reviewable, by the way. Sox Math disqualifications may not challenge.
And there's no appellate court.
Well, we did have the 1 Sox Math appeal early last year.
Yes, but
that's shut down now.
That's before the rules were as strict as they are now.
Strict.
Very.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Castro, who came in tied for the major league lead in on base percentage and was sent away in a ground ball in the first and nearly was sent packing there.
That ball just off the corner. Could have gone Gonzo's way, but didn't. Buxton in the on-deck circle waiting for his opportunity.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Castro. On the ground, right side again. Abreu once more, and Castro retired in back-to-back at-bats. Celebrate your next special occasion or host clients in the newest suite at Guaranteed Rate Field. Suite 134 hosts up to 25 people and is conveniently located along the main concourse. Experience the game from this unique new perspective. Visit whitesox.com/group or call 312-674-1000 today.
This is where you have to look for the bunt from Buxton. He showed no signs of it as he hit a 1-hop rocket to Anderson in the 2nd inning. He
takes a strike. What goes into the calculus, do you think, of whether or not he's going to bunt with all that speed?
I just think he probably should do it a bit more than he does, but depends on the feeling of a given hitter. Buxton apparently this particular time did not have the buntable feeling because he's quickly down 0-2, and for a guy that strikes out as much as he does, this is not a good place to be. As you look at what happened late in the season last year, after a start that sent him down to the minor leagues, he came back and he just tore it up. And one of the reasons he did was Tom Brunansky, the hitting instructor, wanted him to hit without the high leg kick. And he was having a hard time adjusting to that because he had used a leg kick his entire career. He went to the minor leagues, went back to the high leg kick, which he still uses. And when he came back, he killed the ball.
That has not carried over so far this year with, as you saw, 11 strikeouts and 19 at bats.
Well, he was swinging at a lot of face-high fastballs that we saw last night. 4 strikeouts, all of the swinging variety.
Makes contact this time to left center field, and Melky will have to play it on a hop. Buxton speeds into second base with a 2-out, 2-strike double.
That pitch was right down the middle, and Buxton on the cutter was able to reach out. Didn't hit it on the sweet spot, but once it fell, there was no way to stop him from a double. He's got astonishing speed.
You pick up the outfielder, and then you look back, and Buxton's only 3 steps away from second base.
No, I mean, the strides are long. He's very quick. He's one of the fastest players, if not the fastest player in the major leagues. And certainly that holds him in good stead defensively. But speed does show up, as they say, every day.
As you said, it was not well hit. It only came off the bat at 84 miles an hour, but it got the job done.
Caught it off the end and hit it in a good spot.
So here is Rosario, who a couple of years ago became one of the rare Twins with a triple in 3 consecutive games. That year a couple seasons ago was outstanding.
Well, the Twins, for the most part, are a team historically that has a lot of bangers on it, and so they don't have a team with a whole lot of speed most of the time.
Yeah. 15 triples. Twins rookie record that broke Tony Oliva's record previously, which was 9.
Oliva was a spectacular hitter who had leg problems that ended his career long before it should have.
Foul at first. Ball and 2 strikes out Rosario. Twins loaded the bases with 1 out in the first inning, but Polanco grounded to third. Frazier threw home to cut down Dozier, and then Gonzalez finished off the inning with a ground ball from Jason Castro. One and 2 from Gonzalez. That's in the dirt.
Trying to change up, but unfortunately did not get it in the zone or close enough for Rosario to go out and try to get it.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Escobar next. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk so far for Gonzalez today in his season opening start of 2017. In the howling wind, he gets a ground ball top foul.
Wind has started to pick up. I mean, it was pretty brisk when the game started. Now it's really roaring out to left and left center field.
Twins have 4 guys in the lineup that'll bet left-handed in the middle of that order. So you wonder if the Sox right-handers might be able to take advantage of that wind-blown left field porch. There's another foul ball. 2-2 still on Rosario.
Well, with the wind blowing the way it is, gives you an idea just how strong Avisail Garcia is, because he hit it just about to the wall in right center field. That's into the teeth of the wind, and that ball just exploded off his bat. And for one of the few times we saw Byron Buxton not able to get to it. And that was on Avi's triple, which drove in a run in the second inning.
2-2 from Gonzalez. He got him swinging. Strike three. It was a changeup falling low and away. And Gonzalez is fanned 5. 3-0. The shutout still intact.
Know the future Hall of Famer and hear from the homegrown all-star himself on Inside Look, presented by Cadillac, Wednesday at 9 on CSN. You've got yourself quite a crafty burger there.
This is okay. We've had some deliveries into the booth. This takes the cake here. This is a burger with sausage and peppers and mozzarella cheese. You want some?
No, but it looks really good. Looks like it would get me heartburn to Memorial Day.
You can get it at the Craft Cave. It's one of those craft burgers, and that is some craftsmanship from Avi Garcia, who is 2 for 2.
That is a beautiful burger.
Thank you.
Take another look. It's a curveball that doesn't do much for Haley, and Avi takes it to right field. So a single to right to go with his triple to right center, and a promising way to start the 4th inning.
So it's early in the season, right? It's very early, but there are some very good signs from the Avi Garcia Wood camp.
I like the fact that he appears to be waiting back a whole lot more than he has the last couple of years. And by waiting back, he gets the chance to see the breaking ball a lot longer. Speed and strength he has in abundance.
Giovanni Soto, whose 2 hits so far this season are home runs. Sox trying to split the first 2 against Twins. Minnesota won 3-1 last night.
Been 1 stolen base in this game, that coming from Todd Frazier in the 2nd inning. Haley wanting to keep Avi close.
That misses. 2 balls and a strike. Twins had that run of playoff seasons couple years back, they had had a drought for a while in terms of playoff runs after the World Series title in '91. They didn't go to the playoffs from '91 to 2001, and now it is a 7-season drought dating back to 2010 for the former Washington Senators.
Well, at one point, this was a very productive organization, bringing a great deal of talent through the system. Starting a couple years ago, the organization has started to pick up again, but they've made some changes, and they're hoping that in the next couple of years, with a shored up pitching staff, they're going to be contenders. This is still a team in the rebuilding stage. They've got very good young talent, a few guys on the horizon just about ready to come up. But right now, rebuilding and trying to win at the same time, very difficult to do.
Two and two. Soto off the mound. What a diving play by Dozier, and he turns 2-0. Wow.
Brian Dozier keeps getting better and better at second base, and here's an example of it. It's a rocket off the mound. If it doesn't hit the mound, he probably doesn't get it. And then Polanco takes all kinds of time knowing it's Soto running. Was the glove flip that was the key. A perfect flip and no chance at all for Garcia to get any piece of Polanco. An easy 2 after a spectacular effort by Brian Dozier.
That was an insane play.
And again, hitting the mound, that was very much to the advantage of Dozier as that ball kicked up.
He launched himself to the middle infield as Davidson takes ball number 1.
Dozier was a shortstop good portion of his career before shifting to second.
Came through Southern Mississippi, went to the College World Series with the guys from Hattiesburg, and now doing some maintenance on his palm.
One of the better efforts we've seen this year.
You think the Twins are going to be up there in defense this year?
I have a feeling before it's over, no. But they do have some guys who play defense pretty well, although most of them are in the outfield. I mean, their outfield defense is usually just outstanding.
One, two, and Davidson takes outside. Sox only have 1 hit off of Haley so far out of the Minnesota bullpen.
Haley got very lucky with that breaking ball because it hung right over the middle of the plate. And Matt just fouled it off. I mean, that split the plate waist high. Very hittable pitch.
Two and two. Another foul ball. So Davidson now has seen a grand total of 6 pitches this at bat, 7 in his first at bat, so 13 in 2 trips.
You take that and the protracted Frazier at bat and that leadoff walk in the second inning, which led to a couple of runs. Sox are a bit more patient this year up and down this order.
Up high, 3 and 2 on Davidson. Well, it speaks to what we've talked about. Ricky Renteria looking for the White Sox way of doing things, and part of that is a little bit more patience at the plate. That's called strike 3. Davidson goes down looking. Haley with the first Twins strikeout. Still 3-0 Sox after 4 today.
Hey, now time for our Miller Lite game report. Now, I know Steve and Jason have a pretty good vantage point from every single game, but this is one of the new amenities here at Guaranteed Rate Field. It is Suite 134. You can see all these folks behind me are enjoying the awesome view. It's the ultimate luxury suite. It holds up to 25 people. You get 4 parking passes. It ranges from about $4,000 to $6,000 depending on how much you want to spend. But this is the ultimate party suite. And if you want to know more about it, I'm sure you can find more at whitesox.com. Guys, I'll go ahead and send it up to you in the booth.
I think we should go do the game from there. Sierra says it's a great place to watch a game. We should go do the game from there. You got $4 grand on you?
I believe you should.
You think you're trying to get rid of me again?
No, but see, I mean, if we're going to go for it, you go for the $6,000, not the $4,000. You can't scrimp on baseball.
I agree, but there's foul ball from Escobar. As long as there's food, I'm in.
Yeah, but I noticed you only had a bite of that burger. There's, sausage and there's cheese and there's
peppers, burger.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, you want me to eat the whole thing?
Sure.
Joe Grube is sitting there holding it. More, please. More. There's a pop-up, third base side. Frazier is over for out number 1. Look, it's a large burger, okay? This is not the easiest thing to eat, okay? It's got sausage, it's got peppers,
yes.
It's got burger. It's wonderful, right? But why don't you have some? Here.
Well, ordinarily I would, but this being my people's Sabbath and all, and me wanting to live through the game, I'm going to defer to you.
I feel like I'm in the Big Lebowski now. We're going to eat this throughout the course of the game. Thank you for selling me out on only having a bite so far. Really appreciate that, partner.
But it's terrific.
Great to see you as always. As there's a breaking ball that misses to Brian Dozier. We were talking about the wind here in the ballpark, and there was an interesting story from the fine folks at Fangraphs earlier today about more hitters trying to hit the ball in the air. So often you're heard hit the ball on the ground, especially in a hit and run situation, things like that. Yasiel Puig says, quote, after a recent Dodger game, what I think about is putting the ball in the air or else I'm going to have no money in my pocket. So he has been talking to Justin Turner, who's one of the leading guys in hitting the ball in the air, as that ball is clobbered by Dozier left center field, and one hop over the wall for Brian Dozier, and a book rule double with 1 out.
Fortunately, Dozier did not get that one up because it would have been out. It's a hanging curveball. Came up there rolling, and Dozier hits the daylights out of it. One hop off the track and out of play.
So with that Puig story, what do you think of hitters trying to lift the ball more nowadays because of launch angle and things like that?
I think it's pretty difficult to do if you're not that natural hitter. I mean, I think what you want from big, strong guys is letting them think about contact as opposed to trying to make the adjustment to hit the ball in the air, because the first thing that happens is you're going to drop your back shoulder.
Saladino off the backhand, little hesitation. He got him for out number 2. Dozier to third for the Twins, who now have a runner at third in 3 of the 5 innings, but still haven't scored.
When you drop the back shoulder as a hitter, your first move, almost without exception, is raising the front shoulder, and consequently you hit the ball in the air, but you pop the ball up more than anything else. So you teach guys to make good contact, and if you're strong enough, your line drives will go out of the ballpark and you're going to hit enough fly balls where you're going to have a good year. So I mean, it's personal preference. It's just hard to take a natural stroke and revamp it too much in the major leagues.
2 out, Sano, and that is a big uppercut for strike 1. Love the quote, though, from Puig. Got to put the ball in the air or else I'm going to have no money in my pocket.
Well, I saw what he signed for, and so unless he has a huge hole in his pocket, he's going to have plenty of money. That's not an issue. What he's got to do is hope that a newfound type of maturity will catch up with the abundance of talent that he has.
Talk about the first couple weeks of a career. When Puig showed up, he looked like he was going to be the next big thing.
In spring training that first year, he was unbelievable. And then he had some problems. He couldn't adjust because he had never had to adjust before, and National League pitchers were just tearing him up.
2 balls and a strike on Miguel Sano, who was second on the Twins last year with 25 homers, second only to Dozier, who's standing at third right now with 2 out in the Twins' 5th. Two and two from Gonzalez to Sano.
Last year, to get him some play, they decided to play him in right field. They had Trevor Plouffe at third. They let Trevor Plouffe go and move Sano back to third base, which is his natural position. After he hurt a hamstring running after a fly ball, they decided that right field was not going to be his future.
2 and 2. Just off the plate.
That one didn't miss by much, and a call that might have gone either way. It went Sano's way. It looks just off the corner. Gio pulled it back ever so slightly. Now he's going out, and the message most likely will be, this guy swings at just about everything. You don't necessarily have to throw him a strike.
Don Cooper, Ricky Renteria doing some tabulating in that dugout. 3 and 2. Dozier at third, 2 down. Sano rips it down the left field side and foul.
That one didn't miss by a whole lot, as Miguel got that slider over the middle of the plate. Frazier and Anderson playing him as a dead pull hitter. They're very close together in the infield. Joe Mauer waiting patiently in the on deck circle.
3 and 2 again for Sano from Gonzalez. Sano patient for ball 4. Second walk from Gonzalez today. Runners at the corners. Joe Mauer. Here's your Sox math answer for today. One more game in this homestand. And then Guadalajara is 11 letters. Miguel Gonzalez, born in Guadalajara, Mexico. See you for a beer is the winner. That's either a winner or an invitation. Congratulations to See You for a Beer. People are now just making up Twitter handles, I think, to make us say them.
Well, that's good, though, as long as you're saying them. And
you handle that from now on as Don Cooper goes out to the mound.
And Don talking it over with Miguel Gonzalez.
You think that's for Seth Beer, by the way, the Clemson kid that everybody seems to be enamored with, who's not eligible for the draft but will be at some point in the future?
Perhaps. It's good to keep the sun off the top of your head and apparently off your ears also.
I think they're in this synchronized drinking competition, considering those last 2 swigs, and they win the gold.
And it is 64 degrees, which is comparatively summer resort weather compared to the weather that we have had.
Welcome to Puerto Vallarta.
Beautiful.
2 out, 2 on. And Mauer to left center field, driving May back, and Jacobs there. Two left on for the Twins. Gonzalez has pitched through trouble today. He's got a shutout.
Oh, that sounds like it's something that would be good for Joe Grube and not good for me.
Jacob May leads off here in the 5th, followed by Saladino and Anderson, and May takes a strike. It was very interesting talking to Ricky Renteria about May's at bat last night. Jacob May comes up, 2 on, 2 out. Brandon Kintzler had walked a couple of guys in a row. And there was some question as to why not give the take sign to Jacob May on the first pitch. And Ricky said, look, if I give the take sign to Jacob May there, I'm not letting him work out the decision on his own part. I'd almost rather have him make the decision on his own, and he would rather have him do that, fail possibly, and then be able to have the conversation afterward, playing this for a long season rather than just making him into a robot that gets a take sign and holds off on the first pitch.
Well, I think another thing that you have to factor into the equation is that Jacob May is just starting what we hope is a very successful career. So I don't know if he has the confidence to consistently hit down in the count. And if he does take the first pitch and it's strike one, then you have a sinker ball pitcher who throws a lot of ground balls ahead of you, 0-1. And I think being a young player factored into going after the first pitch. If he had been around and was confident that he could hit down in the count, that it wouldn't matter, he probably, after 2 walks by the closer, probably would have taken that first pitch. But you know, you're talking about a year or so down the road.
Ground ball, second base, Dozier. And part of the calculus, at least to the Sox skipper's point of view, is that when you're more of a veteran player, you're not thinking as much about being the hero and what that might confer upon you, trying to make your spot on the team. Instead, you're going up seeing the whole situation rather than putting the onus on yourself to be that hero.
Well, he also is allowing his players to learn how to be thoughtful, to understand the situation, to give them the opportunity to think through situational hitting. And the only way to do that is to be allowed to do it.
Third base, Sano was backing up on it, and that was an odd looking play that puts Saladino at first. Tyler will take it.
It's going to be the second error on Miguel Sano. The play in the second inning was changed from E2 to E5. So this second error of the day is Sano just flat out missed it. It was not a difficult play, and instead of coming in and smothering the short hop, he felt it would be better served on the long hop. He's got such a strong arm that if he catches a ball, he throws anybody out on that. He just didn't catch the ball.
One on, one out, Tim Anderson. So the Twins, who did not make an error in the first 2 games, the first game of this series, first 4 games of the season, have 2 now in game 2 today.
Another factor to kind of recap the entire situation with Ricky Renteria and Jacob May is you have to allow players to fail on their own before they can really succeed. And I think Ricky is going to be a great manager for this ball club in the rebuilding phase, only because he's a great teacher. He does have patience, but he doesn't want to leave anything to chance. And he has a really good idea. You know, he wasn't a superstar in the game, so he's got a pretty good idea what it takes to be able to make it here. And he's going to allow his players to think for themselves, to understand and assimilate the major league game. And he's going to do it on a daily basis with just about each and every one of them. And eventually the goal is going to be you get a team with 9 guys who understand how to play the game. Don't give anything away. And if you make one mistake, that's fine. Just don't make it again. And I think he's going to be exceptional at that.
And that's why, as fans, as we say, well, you could have won that game. You could have had him take one, and then maybe he swings at a 1-0 pitch, drives it somewhere because you gave him the take sign. It's not that you gave away that game, right? But you're willing to go ahead and let whatever happens happen. As that's a strike, swing and a miss. Saladino gets to second base. Ball was not touched by Anderson, so Tyler steals second.
This is a very good defensive catcher in Jason Castro, and this is the second of his opportunities to throw out a base stealer where he dropped the baseball.
So that puts a runner in scoring position for the Sox. 1-2 on Anderson. And he grounds it foul. So, I mean, to wrap the point, you might give away a game by not telling Jacob May what to do on that first pitch. But you may gain in terms of what he's analyzing in future games.
And the term is you might lose the battle and win the war. And in the final analysis, you want Jacob May to get better each and every day.
To third, Sano. That's a fair ball across the diamond, showing off the arm for out number 2. You can follow Dan Hayes, our White Sox insider, all season long on CSNChicago.com. Presented by The Great Escape. Pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Escape your everyday. Shop The Great Escape. We have done the Dan Hayes Great Escape on both of our CSN games so far. Dan has avoided us narrowly. He was here during the rain delay opener, right?
And he's still, yes, and he's still assembling.
Well, he's just dodging me, then, is what's
Nope.
going on.
He is assembling a great deal of knowledge to bring forth to the broadcast. To do that, you have to first assemble it.
First time for everything. Swing and a miss by Melky. Saladino at second, 2 down. We like Dan very much.
Dan, would you like to come down and get a free shot at Jason?
It's croquet mallet day on the prize shelf. Saladino reached on the error, stole second base. Sox trying to add to a 3-0 lead. Melky had a first inning RBI. And he serves this to center field, twisting away from Buxton, but he is on the case for the 3rd out. He followed it well, and that retires the side. We'll go to the 6th. 3-0 Sox.
MasterCard White Sox checking, an official White Sox debit card. Only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Sox to learn more. Wintrust Community Bank, member FDIC.
Miguel Gonzalez so far has gone 5 innings. He struck out 5, walked 2. 5 hits on the board for Minnesota, but no runs. And Gonzalez starts the 6th to Jorge Polanco with strike 1.
75 total with the 4th inning, the real trouble inning. Although Miguel has gotten out of every jam he's gotten himself into. He's had a good straight change today. The cutter, which is usually good, is good once again. He's walked a couple. And he's kept the ball in the ballpark, which today is not an easy feat.
Wind has been howling all day as we have time for our daily quiz of Steve Stone on his own career. We call it Sticks and Stone. Question today: which of these Twins had an RBI against Steve? Butch Weiniger, Rick Sofield, or Ken Landreau? Rick Schofield. There's a C that's
Sofield.
departed.
I think it's Sofield.
It is Sofield.
Yes.
Okay. We had a little conclave about that for the moment. It is Sofield.
Yes. So which one got the run batted in?
Yeah.
Well, Sofield went on to be a hitting instructor. Because I don't remember any of the other at-bats, I'll say him.
Flying foul by Polanco.
Pen up and going, Putnam and Jennings. From what we've seen of Zach Putnam in the early going, he's thrown it real well, and Dan Jennings usually throws it very well.
Two and two from Gonzalez. That is low, 3-2.
One of the things that I'm very happy that you haven't used,
yes,
is Glenn Adams. He of the one of 2 Grand Slam home runs they gave up in 14 years of professional baseball.
Who was the other one? The fly ball right field. Saladino is out. Now rushing back in, and the wind knocks it down to the turf.
The wind blowing out to left, we told you that it would knock it down to right. And unfortunately, that play was not made. Very difficult. Doesn't matter infield, outfield. If it's hit in the air, you've got a problem. So he calls for it. That part's good. And then he was looking at Abreu to see if he was in the neighborhood. It was Tyler Saladino's play all the way. I'm not sure what he was looking at, but it goes as a double.
There is the culprit there.
Some pretty heavy wind. We talked about how it was picking up, and you saw a classic illustration of it. Six hits and 4 doubles for the Twins.
Castro slugs it to center field. May is back. He's at the wall, and this ball is up and out. Jason Castro, a 2-run home run, and the Twins are within 1.
There you see the difference the wind makes. To right field, the ball is batted down drastically, and to left or left center, the ball just keeps on going. First home run of the year, and our 4th home run replay as Castro gets it up in the air, takes it into the wind tunnel, and drives in runs 4 and 5. And the red hot start for Castro continues.
1 for 3 today. First ball he's hit in the air. And Castro with his 63rd career home run, first in a Twins uniform. And there is ball number 1 to Buxton.
It's that kind of stroke that helped him in Houston, because with the Crawford boxes and the short porch in left field, left-handers who can take the ball the opposite way love to hit Minute Maid. Look at a former #1 draft pick, Jason Castro, who they got for his defense, and pleasantly surprised by all the offense he's put on the board early.
He's been an on-base machine so far for Minnesota. So he was 0 for 2 in this game before that home run. He's got the Twins back within 1 in the top of the 6th. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3 on Buxton, and Soto completes out number 1 in the 6th inning.
I'm pretty much thinking one more base runner ends the outing of Miguel Gonzalez today.
Let's give you the answer to Sticks and Stone here. Let's see which was correct.
Ooh, Butch Weiniger.
Butch Weiniger.
How about that? 33% chance, 100% chance of being wrong now.
It's only A, B, or C, Mike.
That's what I mean.
Come on. These are very specific, however. Rosario on the ground. Abreu smothers it. And there is out number 2. You could just ask about Dwayne Kuiper all the time, and you'd know the answer.
No, that wouldn't be fun. Fun for Dwayne, not so much for me.
At least he's chivalrous about it, right?
Yes. We had a long talk in spring training. Talking about his partner and former teammate of mine, Mike Krukow. They do a great job for the Giants. A wonderful baseball broadcast. 2 former players, a pitcher and a hitter. And they're very entertaining. They've got a really good team to deal with.
The Giants side is going to be pretty good this year. Giants and Dodgers, you would imagine, would be battling for the West. There's a fly ball from Escobar deep to center field, but May is camped for out number 3. And Castro's 2-run homer is the only scoring in the inning. 3-2 Sox with the lead after 5½. Highlights from last night in AAA Charlotte. Carson Fulmer was very good, but offensively, Yohan Moncada once again lit up the ballpark, BB&T Ballpark in lovely uptown Charlotte. Carson Fulmer with a little fist pump into the glove, striking out a Norfolk Tide. The AAA Orioles went down at the hands of the AAA Knights, and a lot of good pitchers on the mound. Highly thought of pitchers on the mound today in the minors for the Sox. Lucas Giolito is going for AAA Charlotte over from Washington. AA Birmingham is Michael Kopech, who can throw 100 to 103. Dane Dunning, who is also in the Adam Eaton trade, he is with Loe Canapolis, and he is scheduled to be on the mound as well for the Intimidators.
It's going to be interesting to see how the career of Michael Kopech moves forward, whether he stays as a starter, the Sox would like him to be, or whether he moves to the bullpen, probably to start as a setup man, eventually with an eye to being a closer. But his stuff is so good. What will make that determination is his ability to harness the secondary pitches. He has the big fastball. But between the slider and the change, because as a starting pitcher you're going to need 2 more pitches. If those develop and he gets them over the plate, there's no reason he can't start. He's big and he's strong and he's very young.
Abreu swats at it, and there's strike 3. 1 down on Kopech. I asked him during spring training, I said, how fast can a human throw a ball? His answer was pretty telling. He said, I don't think we know yet. And there's a gene in there. He is the type of guy who wants to be the one to throw it harder than anybody else.
Which is great to aspire to, except if you're a pitcher, because the avocation is called pitching, not throwing, and I'm sure he's going to make that adjustment.
Well, let the kid have a little fun while he's at it, right?
He's going to have a lot of fun, especially if he wins. But I believe he's right. We haven't seen how fast you can actually throw it. Because the hardest throwing pitcher that everybody talks about was a 5'8" left-hander. And his name was Steve Dalkowski, pitched in the Baltimore organization. Could not pitch in the big leagues because he had no control, but a lot of people who did face him say that they believe he threw about 110 miles an hour. Unfortunately, we had no idea where it was going most of the time.
Ineffectively wild.
Whoa, he was just plain old wild. The line would be 5 innings, a hit or 2, 10 walks, 11 strikeouts, 12 strikeouts, something along those lines. He did that routinely.
Fouled away by Frazier, who has been at the plate longer than anybody so far in this game. A 14-pitch walk in the second, a 5-pitch line out in the third, and now working on number 6 coming up here.
He hit the daylights out of the ball to end the 3rd inning, but unfortunately it was hit to the wrong guy because Buxton made the play.
Frazier pokes it to right field, and there is hit number 1 of his season. Todd Frazier is on with a 1-out single, and you don't deserve things in baseball, but he deserved that one after the first 2 trips.
That was a good inside-out swing. He took a high fastball, brought his hands in, and was able to muscle it into right field.
So tallying up again, 14 pitches in the second, 6 in the third, a foul ball in there as well, and then 6 more here in the 6th. So 22 pitches, 26 pitches to Frazier in 3 trips to the plate.
His first at bat was one of the reasons why Mejia pitched only an inning and 2/3.
He started it, the walk, then Avi Garcia, the triple to right center field. A couple of outs later, Jacob May walked on 4. Saladino got hit on a 2-strike pitch, and that was all for Mejia.
Bullpen up and going for the Twins. Haley's done a nice job, but could very well be they've extended him about as far as they would like to see him go.
Pitches inside, 1 ball, 1 strike on Avi, who's 2 for 2.
The only Twin who hasn't pitched out of the bullpen is currently warming up. That's Michael Tonkin.
Frazier trying to get that leisurely lead over at first.
What all pitchers are taught is make sure the runner is stationary. Todd Frazier depends on pitcher giving up on a very short lead only to see him creep out and have his momentum going to second base, where last year he stole a surprising amount of bases.
Avi in the air, center field. Buxton at the wall, no play. It's way out of here. Third hit for Avi. It's a 2-run meteor, and it's 5-2.
That leaves Avi a double away from the cycle. The triple the first time up, a base hit to lead off the fourth, and now a titanic bomb to center field. This ball just kept on going. So our forward home run replay, that one right down the middle. Avi does get the requisite elevation and takes it way out of the park. And that one crushed and gone.
Way back. Soto goes back to back with Avi.
Third home run, fifth driven in. Well, Gio off to a great start. Back-to-back bombs, and our fourth home run replay, a hanging breaking ball. Paul Molitor left Halian a touch too long. And the Sox have rebuilt the lead.
That happened fast, huh?
That one came off the bat of Gio like a rocket. And so as Tonkin comes in, we'll step out and be back after these messages.
White Sox players, including Jose Abreu, Tim Anderson, Carlton Fisk, Bo Jackson, Carlos Rodon, and more in weekly online auctions. Visit whitesox.com/auctions to start bidding, and the Sox are doing their bidding here in the sixth.
Nice to see him hit the ball in the air. Hyundai call to the pen. He is the only Twin pitcher who has yet to be in a ball game. There you look at the numbers last year. Tonkin's got a good arm. He's got a big fastball, 96, 97 miles an hour. He's got an inconsistent slider. He did give up 13 home runs last year, and because he was out of options, one of the reasons he made the ball club. And he comes in with a 4-run deficit.
Those 2 home runs, by the way, there will be another generous donation from the Alex Snellius family in loving memory of Ursula. The money waterfall is on for the Sox here. Back-to-back homers, Garcia and Soto, and neither was a cheapie.
You know, Avi's off to such a great start, and Gio, not one of his 3 home runs has been a cheapie. He's crushed them all.
That's popped up. This could be a large adventure. Sano, Castro, nope.
Easier play for Sano, but after a couple of errors, looked to me like he was saying, Jason, go get it. Didn't happen. Wind making every pop-up or fly ball an adventure. Would have been a very tough play for Jason Castro. There you see the wind blowing toward left and left center field.
You know, back when I was 9-10 years old, I went to a birthday party, and it was at one of those arcades, and the birthday boy got to go into this machine that had winds just swirling, and they put a bunch of money in the machine, right?
And you had to, yes,
and you had to try and grab it and stick it to your body and all that.
Stick it to your body?
Well, you have to put it in your pocket or do whatever you can to hang on to it. And that's kind of like what's going on at the ballpark this afternoon.
Yeah, if you're defending on a day like today, you need some help on occasion from your teammates, because you're going to stay with what you think is a relatively easy play, only to see the ball drift away. We saw Saladino. Fortunately, Tyler, not expecting the ball to be swatted down as rapidly as it was. It was one of the shortest doubles you'll see.
So the Sox are the first team to score against the Twins bullpen this year. And there is the ugly looking right field corner if you're an outfielder or an infielder. That ball smoked. Davidson keeps the parade marching on.
Four straight hits, with 2 home runs sandwiched in between, a single by Frazier and a single by Davidson.
So how about Jacob May gets his first major league hit here?
Well, it would be, if there ever is a good time for it, this is a good time for it.
Jacob takes ball number 1. Davidson at first, 1 out, 6th inning. May in the air, deep to right field, toward the corner. Foul.
That didn't miss by much, and into the teeth of the wind. Jacob showed you a whole lot of power. That ball was long gone. Just hoping that the wind would push it back. It was clearly foul when it left the bat, but with the wind, you were hoping that it pushed it into fair territory. Called by Dana DeMuth, and it didn't.
Nearly a magical first major league hit.
He hit that ball hard.
Ball and a strike. Davidson at first, and that is outside. 2-1.
Big gap on the right side for Jacob that would allow a ground ball to trickle through into right field.
Checked his swing, and he did not go around, says Chris Guccione, the third base umpire.
Duncan's having some big problems. He's staying under just about everything. And when you do that, you throw the ball up. In the case of Tonkin, up and out of the zone. At 6'7", 220, you want to stay on top of the baseball to get the angle.
That was lower in the zone. 3-2. Matt Davidson now 3 out of 6 this year with the Sox. With this 1-out single, it's 3-2, and May goes down swinging. This is a strike him out, throw him out, double play. as Davidson is gunned down by Castro. But the Sox get back-to-back homers. Avi Garcia, a two-run shot to center. On the next pitch, Giovanni Soto to left. It's 6-2 after 6.
Cam, bring the fun home.
A little one sharing the hat.
Ooh, sharing the cookie. Not sharing it.
No, I wouldn't want to share after all the remnants.
Oh, it looks terrific. Cookie remnants, outstanding.
Cookie backwash.
That's not so outstanding.
No, thanks. 6-2, Sox with the lead thanks to the long ball, and to the bullpen we go.
Zach Putnam comes on. This his third outing. He's looked brilliant. And look at the numbers. 3 strikeouts and 2 2/3. The splitter has been wonderful. Miguel Gonzalez, 6 innings, a couple of runs on 7 hits with 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. In line for win number 1 if the bullpen can make it hold up.
Brian Dozier leads it off in the 7th inning. As Zach Putnam misses up and in. Last we saw Zach, it was very recently, and he looked very good.
Yeah, he's entirely healthy, and the splitter has been exploding straight down. He starts him off with 2 fastballs in a row, something I'm sure that Brian Dozier was not looking for, because you get the scouting reports and it tells you that Zach Putnam really likes his splitter. That's the 3rd fastball in a row, and he's taken them all.
See where Zach goes on 1 and 2. He goes behind the baseball is where he goes, and there's out number 1. Saladino throws out his counterpart, Dozier.
Well positioned, Tyler Saladino playing him up the middle, playing Dozier as a dead pull hitter, and 1 up, 1 out.
Enjoy all the benefits of being a White Sox season ticket holder by purchasing a prorated full or split season ticket package. To purchase, please visit whitesox.com or call 312-674-1000 today.
Detroit beat the Red Sox 4-1. The big story being that the Red Sox, apparently a good portion of the team, has the flu. Mookie Betts could not start today, probably not going to play. Hanley Ramirez could not play, didn't even show up to the ballpark. So a few of the Bostonians sick, and it cost them in Detroit as they go down to the Tigers.
And that is not an easy thing to deal with, especially on the road. What do you call a cleanup crew in Detroit and say, look, the visitors clubhouse, it needs to be quarantined?
No, I mean, you know, when you travel with the same team all the time, that air is recycled on the planes. You're always around these guys, and if one gets sick, a lot of them get sick, and there is a strikeout.
Kepler on 3 pitches goes down at the right hand of Putnam, and 2 away.
Another good splitter. So Kepler now 1 for 4 with that strikeout, and if that splitter continues to do what it's been doing, what a weapon out of the bullpen.
I almost fear asking this question, but what's the worst situation like that with the flu you ever had with a team of yours? You can tell me not to ask it, and I'll just withdraw it if there's a gory answer coming.
Well,
you have that smile on your face.
I don't remember a sickness per se, but I do remember in an old ballpark, and I won't indict the organization, but in an older ballpark before a new one was built in this various city that's somewhere in Texas, a few of us got what we felt was food poisoning.
Does it rhyme with Hallis?
It amazingly does, yes, but I won't mention who it was or when it was or where. And a few of us got food poisoning, and at the time we had roommates, and my roommate, a fellow pitcher, told me that he was awakened at 4:30 in the morning by a lion in the bathroom. Well, the lion was me, and it was not a great feeling. So that was about the worst I can recall. But a few of us picked up some food poisoning. But
to our viewers, I do regret that question. And I do prefer that I withdraw it retroactively. That's a swing and a miss, and that is strike 3. Putnam with a 1-2-3 7th inning. 6-2 the Sox. Sox with the lead over the Twins, trying to split the first 4 games of the season. 2 with Detroit, now game 2 with Minnesota, with what we hope is going to be the rubber match coming up tomorrow at 1:10. Jose Quintana on the hill, and Tyler Saladino does a back bend out of the way of that fastball.
I think at this point it would be good to congratulate John D. Wakefield with a wonderful tweet.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he mentions Cookie Backwash. He believes he was a relief pitcher with the '69 Red Sox. And could very possibly have been. Thank you very much, John.
That is a quality tweet right there. Old Cookie Backwash had a nasty spitball.
It's a good tweet.
3 balls, no strikes on Saladino. Your Twitter's fired up and rolling along.
It
You've
is.
tweeted at a couple folks the last few days. Do you have any audio tweets you'd like to send out? We bringing that back for a second season?
I think so. I think we'll get to it.
How about the Sox power that showed up? Bobby Garcia, 2-run homer and an RBI triple in this game. Giovanni Soto with his 3rd home run. He has 3 hits this year. They're all homers. That's tomahawk foul by Saladino.
There's look the man who's a double away from the cycle. Got the toughest part in the 2nd inning, the triple, then the base hit in the 4th, the 2-run homer in the 6th, and he's going to get one more opportunity.
Flipped foul by Saladino. Tyler's been on 3 times. He doubled and scored in the 1st. He was hit by a pitch from Adalberto Mejia in the 2nd, and then reached on the error by Sano, then stole a base in the 5th. He has played the leadoff role pretty well these first couple of games in terms of seeing pitches. And there he gets first base. MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live White Sox baseball. Get White Sox home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today.
Tyler Saladino's been on base 4 times, 1 courtesy of the Sano error, but that's what you want from a leadoff hitter. See a lot of pitches and wind up on base. He's done just that. Two stolen bases against Jason Castro and assorted pitchers. One against Mejia, one against Haley. One by Frazier, one by the man at first base, Tyler Saladino.
Draws the attention of the right-hander Tonkin again. Anderson takes a strike. Mentioned the 110 start tomorrow. Jose Quintana, Irvin Santana. Tim on the ground to shortstop. Polanco can't handle it.
It's going to be E6, figuring that although you're not going to make the double play if the ball sticks in the glove, he's probably going to be able to get him at second, but no, they're giving him a base hit. It's the heel of the glove, bounds away, and first hit of the day for Tim Anderson.
So it's up to Melky to widen the gulf between the Sox and the Twins. It's a 4-run lead as it stands, but Sox are looking for more. That was the real positive a couple days ago in that win against the Tigers. The Sox took the lead and then built and built and built and did not allow Detroit back in the game.
And after 3 early in this one, coming up with a big 3-run 6th to answer the 2-run 6th of the Twins. It's put the Sox in a great position as that slider just biting down and in, and Melky way over the top of it. Tonkin has not had the greatest luck out of the pen with the Twins, but his stuff at times can be dominating. The question is keeping it in zone more than he does at this point.
On the ground, second base, Dozier spins it to second, and they do get 2. Neatly done by Dozier to Polanco. And it's Saladino left on the base path at third.
Melky with a run batted in today, but no hits to show for it. And a chance for Jose to drive in his third run. What we've seen in run scoring situations with Jose is he shortens his swing, and he's driven in both of his runs with singles up the middle. And they're playing him as a dead pull hitter in the infield, so there's plenty of room between Polanco and Dozier. There, we show you the defense.
If that ball ends up to Jose's left of Tonkin, anywhere up the middle, it's a hit.
It is that.
Saladino at third after a leadoff walk. They had him played perfectly. Polanco finishes the Sox here in the 7th inning. So the Twins turn 2 and get out of trouble. 6-2 the Sox after 7 in game 2 of the series.
Now at eclick.com. eClick is located in Chicagoland and rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. eClick lending, boom! Your mortgage just happened.
It did?
I guess.
I'm renting.
Well, there you go. Now you have a lot of excess money to buy me dinner.
Didn't work out how I planned. 6-2 Sox. Zach Putnam still on the hill after a 1-2-3 7th. It'll be Mauer, Polanco, and Castro for the Twins in the 8th. Sox like Mauer to pull on the infield to go the opposite way in the outfield. And there is strike number 1. Joe Mauer, who the Twins broadcast the other day, the last game against the Royals, they did a little feature of what did you do in your off season. A lot of people said, oh, I went on vacation with my family, whatever it might be. As Mauer serves it to right field, Joe Mauer is what I did in the off season was I was inducted into the Florida State League Hall of Fame, and then he kind of just gave a little wry smile there. But congratulations to Joe and his Florida State League Hall of Fame induction.
He was also one of the great high school athletes in Minnesota history. Offered scholarships, turned everything down in football and basketball to play baseball. I would say it would be a wise choice for him.
You know, Twins third base coach Gene Glynn knows a little something about that, being a 2-sport star. He was the very first Mr. Basketball in the state of Minnesota.
That's awfully good, and Gene's been a coach for a long time. He's been wearing a whole lot of different uniforms. Currently the third base coach of these Twins.
Misses outside. Now 2-0 on Polanco as you see the shadows creeping over on Gene Glenn. He's a first Mr. Basketball. The second Mr. Basketball in Minnesota was a guy that you may have heard of over the course of time. I know you don't know every basketball player that's ever been. Kevin McHale.
I remember
Doesn't ring a bell.
His Navy.
Short center field. Anderson's out. Tim with a beautiful play.
What a great play by Tim Anderson, and he went out with reckless abandon, not knowing if Jacob May was going to give way, and normally a easier play for the center fielder, but Jacob was not going to get to it. Tim Anderson, with concentration, seeing Jacob May slide to avoid the collision. Great effort by Anderson, who has the presence of mind to get the ball back into the infield quickly. Boy, that's just terrific defense.
Speaking of former basketball players, Tim with basically a full court sprint out to short center field to bring that in. If that ball drops, it starts to get tense in here. Castro in the air left side. Melky Cabrera fighting the wind and squeezing out number 2. Sox fan, StubHub is your ticket to once-in-a-lifetime experiences. From Chicago White Sox games to amazing concerts you don't want to miss. StubHub, your ticket out. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago White Sox. Lovely day for baseball. It's supposed to be even better tomorrow for the finale.
It's been gorgeous. Except if you're a defender, because everything is adventuresome. That made that play by Anderson that much better. One of the things you've got to realize is when he runs out to get the ball running at full tilt, he doesn't know if Jacob May is going to give way. He doesn't know if Tyler Saladino is going to get close to him, which he didn't. But you've got to go out with a lot of confidence that you can make that play, and Tim Anderson did just that.
Confidence is not something that Tim Anderson is short on. We found that out very early in his time, and not in a negative way. He's just somebody that believes in his abilities and wasn't daunted by the stage even from day one. That bounces away from Soto, and Mauer is up to second base.
Charged with a wild pitch.
Two and one on Buxton, who doubled in the fourth to left field. It's a foul ball, 2-2. So Putnam with the advantage on Buxton. Top of the eighth, 6-2 Sox.
With this visibility, you're going to be able to see and hit a fastball. You're going to have a harder time with anything spinning. See the shadows and everybody else in bright sunshine.
Check swing. No. Kind of a half wave off from Dana DeMuth over at first.
We'll take a look at it from the side. High leg kick. Hands come forward, and Dana DeMuth on a call that could have gone either way gives Buxton the benefit of the call.
So it's left to a 3-2 pitch on Buxton, who was struck out 12 times this year. He stays alive on a ground ball foul into the Sox dugout.
Nate Jones and Jennings. Not necessarily loosening. Jennings has been loose for quite some time. This is the second time he's been up. It's Kurt Hassler, who has taken over as the new bullpen coach. He did a great job with the young Sox pitchers in the minor leagues.
And Putnam does a great job getting rid of Buxton. Inning over, 6-2. Still the score. Bottom eight next.
He's terrific. Teleprompter or no teleprompter, Chuck is one of the best to ever come out of Homewood Flossmoor, which is the cradle of broadcasters.
We have a cradle there. They had a 24-hour radio marathon last night. I talked to him about 11 o'clock over at WHFH.
And
it was like the Dick Van Dyke Show at hour number 90 when he was in the marathon in Danville. Got a little slap happy fast. Ball and a strike on Frazier. Todd has seen a bundle of pitches so far in this game. And here he fouls it away. Look out, Nick Capra.
And for those of us at the ballpark who really appreciate a quality at bat, that first at bat for Todd Frazier was just terrific. 14 pitches, led to a walk, a stolen base, a run scored in a 2-run second.
In the air, right side. Bauer against the wind. We're on number 1.
Just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And here's our Miller moment. Miguel Gonzalez getting himself out of the first inning, an inning which saw the bases loaded, only 1 out. The inning ends. The Twins come up empty. Miguel Gonzalez, after the first, went on to throw 6, gave up a couple of runs.
Back-to-back games now, we have seen, if the score were to hold, but we have seen how important it is for a team to get as many as possible in the first inning while it's available. The Sox had 2 taken away by Buxton in the first inning last night. Here, the Twins load the bases with 1 out in the first inning and can't score, and the Sox use that to their advantage to take an early lead and try to put a game away right now.
Well, 2 quality innings from Zach Putnam, and only 3 outs left to cover.
This will likely not be the double that Javi needed, but he is busting it down the line. And there is out number 2. Short of the cycle still, and Giovanni Soto is a single, a double, and a triple away from the season cycle. He has 3 hits, and they're all home runs.
Well, it could be just one of those years where you only hit home runs.
Those are nice.
Yeah.
You have any of those years?
Not even close. Hit the bottom of the wall once at Wrigley Field, opposite field double, and unfortunately I think they released Pete Falcone after that fateful swat of the baseball.
Steve, what's your claim to fame? I hit the bottom of a wall once.
Yeah. When you only hit 100, you don't have that many offensive highlights. That was one of them.
You think it would have ended up on Deadspin if it was running when you were playing?
Oh, I don't doubt that for a minute.
There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. And a 1-2-3 inning for the Sox in the 8th. 6-2, 3 outs to get to salvage a split of the first 2.
Tomorrow on CSN. It's the final game of the series. Coverage begins at 12:30 with White Sox pregame live presented by the Koalas family of dealerships or live stream on the NBC Sports app. So with 3 outs to go, Dan Jennings comes into the ball game. Threw the ball very well the first time out. There you look at the result of that appearance. And he's going to try to wrap it up for win number 1 for Miguel Gonzalez after 2 fine innings from Zach Putnam.
And Paul Molitor is not going to let the lefty-lefty thing happen. So Robbie Grossman will pinch hit for Eddie Rosario. Grossman, who doubled and singled and scored twice last night, flashes a bunt and takes a strike. How about Zach Putnam, though? First couple of outings?
Yeah, first 3 outings have been spectacular, as has the start of the season for Grossman.
Dan Jennings, who finished 15 games last year for the Sox, 17 the year before, trying to finish this one. And he feeds over a strike to Grossman, 1-2.
Outfield playing the switch hitter just a couple of steps as an off-field hitter, and that one just missed down. So the infield, we've seen a whole lot, the defensive hitting charts say that Grossman will pull the ball on the ground in the infield, but hit it most likely the opposite way in the outfield. That's how he's defended.
On base at 386 last year. Grossman trying to get on here, and Jennings lets it go by. Saladino at second, throws out Grossman. 1 away.
Well positioned, that one up the middle. We've seen that a couple times this afternoon. Tyler right there to make the play.
The shift frustrates pitchers every once and again. We saw A.J. Burnett a couple years ago get angry about it with Pittsburgh. But when Jennings looks behind him and sees the infielder right where he's supposed to be, that's when pitchers love the shift.
Yeah, I mean, normally when a ball goes by you right up the middle and you can't knock it down, you figure it's going to be a base hit. Not so these days with so many shifts that you find on the pull hitters. You find that extra infielder on the pull side of the infield.
Escobar against Jennings. That was very close, just missed. 2-0. It's David Robertson, just in case. Not seen Robbie so far in 2017. There's a strike, 2-1.
Sox would just as soon hold him over to tomorrow. Make sure he's good and fresh if needed. They'd like to wrap this one up with no drama here in the 9th inning.
Well, David said during spring training after the World Baseball Classic that that'll get you ready for a season very quickly. That Classic.
Well, you got to be pretty much ready when you come to spring training. These guys are playing baseball in earnest long before they normally would be, and it extends spring training for those who are not playing for another week. But for those who had the honor to play for their home country, you've got to be ready to go when you come to camp.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Jennings to Escobar, 1 down. Left side and through, base hit for Escobar. 1 out, 1 on for Dozier, and let's see how Ricky Renteria decides to play this.
Eduardo shoots this one through the left side. past a diving Tim Anderson, who almost was able to snare it, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be able to do anything with it if he had caught it.
Tim got a pretty great jump on that ball. But Escobar is safe at first. Now Dozier, who has 2 of the 9 hits today for Minnesota. Sox trying to hand the Twins their first loss of the year. Minnesota came in at 4-0. With Baltimore the only 2 unbeaten teams left in Major League Baseball at the start of play today. To third, Frazier, Saladino. Tag is there. Game over.
Big effort by Jose Abreu as he came off the back to the home plate side of first, was able to put the tag on and came away without getting hurt. First baseman can wind up with an injured left arm on a play just like this as Tyler Saladino throws it wide of the bag, and Jose able to put the tag on to end the ball game.
Well, and the Sox twice now have gone away in wins, which is very nice to see to open the year. Now 2-2. This is a 6-2 victory. You see Avi Garcia with 3 hits in this game. He homers, he triples, he's got a single as well, and his start to this season has been magnificent at the plate.
It's also great to see the bullpen come on. 2 innings out of Putnam, 1 out of Jennings. They got the job done for Miguel Gonzalez, who got off to a rocky start before really settling down and handcuffing this red-hot Twin team. So we'll take a look at a few highlights of Miguel Gonzalez today. The first inning, he had some big problems. There's a force out at the plate. Bases were loaded with only 1 out at the time. He was able to extricate himself from the jam, and then it was smooth sailing the rest of the way. He had a good changeup today, one of the better ones we've seen from him. He had a very good cutter and a curveball to go with it. So you'd have to say, all things considered, a very good day for the White Sox on a beautiful day in Chicago, and hopefully more of the same tomorrow.
We saw it from Miguel Gonzalez last year when he came over a couple weeks into this season. He was very reliable for the Sox, usually could eat up some innings, and he does so today once again. As we go downstairs, Giovanni Soto is with our Sierra Santos.
All right, Gio, all 3 of your hits so far this season have been home runs. Is this what we should expect to see from you, or what's the secret to the power at the plate right now?
You know, right now I'm just trying to have good at bats and really put good wood on the ball, and you know, I've been doing it, but I definitely want some hits too.
Now catching for Miguel Gonzalez, he kind of got off to a rocky start. He settled in. What was working for him?
I think his off speed today was phenomenal. He was dominating both sides of the plate with his off speed, so that really carried him, you know, through the heart of the game today.
Now, as one of the new guys on this team, you're not totally unfamiliar with Chicago, of course, but where do you see yourself fitting in as a role player?
I feel that, you know, I'm here to do anything, you know, the organization want me to do. You know, I'm ready every day to play, to work. You know, I'm ready to go.
All right, thanks so much, Gio. Great game. Steve, Jason, we'll send it back up to you. Sierra,
thank you. Gio, thank you as well. And if he's going to keep hitting homers like that, Sox will take it. He said he wants other hits too, but if they're going to come.
And look, his greatest contribution to this team is going to be dealing with young pitchers, explaining to them how he wants them to work, keeping them in a rhythm, and Gio can do that well. So coming back to the ball club for this the 2nd time, he's off to a great start.
He certainly is, and the Sox have their 2nd win of the year, now 2-2 with a victory over the Twins. Rubber match is tomorrow. For our director, Jim Angio, our producer, John Walgren, associate producer, Chris Kampka, the executive producer of White Sox Baseball on CSN, Jim Corno Jr., and the tech manager, Mark Harper. He's Steve Stone. I'm Jason Benetti saying so long on behalf of our entire wonderful crew from Guaranteed Rate Field. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Live. You've been watching Chicago White Sox Baseball on CSN Chicago. Good night.